Hello, how's it going? Happy Friday, and or I guess if you're on Love Island in Fiji, I guess it's Saturday. But hello, how's it going? I just realized, as the stream started, I saw smudge on my glasses. Now I have to go clean them off. I'm still new to being a glasses wearer, but so far the main takeaway is that these things get dirty all the time. Literally all the time. Like, how am I supposed to see when my glasses are always dirty? So that's how it's going for me, is that I'm very focused on this. Hello, welcome in. Today on stream, we are going to be doing some sprints for sure. We are also going to be talking about Canva. So over the past couple of weeks, we talked a lot about Canva in a lot of the different Discord servers that I'm in. People have been talking about Canva because a lot of publishers lately have been talking about, hey, if you use AI, we will not accept you into our program, which I think is great. I love that publishers are doing this. I think it can be kind of tough if you, I work in tech. I have a lot of exposure to a lot of things to do with AI. And if you don't have that exposure, I think it can be kind of tough to differentiate and distinguish what tools are AI and which tools aren't, because there is a line. And if you don't know where it is, if no one tells you, how are you supposed to know? So been getting a lot of questions about Canva and in general, how can people use Canva better? And as it so happens, I have to make a pretty big Canva document. I am going to be making a Canva, I'm going to print it. I'm making a journal for HRCYED 3 that I can print and put specifically in my Happy Planner. Q does have, for HRCYED 3, a planner that you can buy. I just want mine specifically to go in my Happy Planner, meaning I want to design and print pages that can go in my disc bound here. And to do that, I'm going to use Canva. And so today, first, we're going to go through some basics and stuff as we chat. And then for our sprints, instead of reading, I'm going to be doing this, and I will put it on the screen. So if you want, if you're into that, you can just keep an eye on it and keep and look with me. So there's going to be some options there. So I can't type and talk at the same time. Otherwise, I'll say what I'm typing or I'll type what I'm saying. Also, we're going to have the camera way higher today because I'm going to be looking at this screen. Meaning I'll face this way. So heads up. So yeah, that's the plan for today, is we're really just going to be talking a lot about Canva, how you can, first and foremost, how everybody can be using Canva, but also how you can specifically avoid AI while using it, because I know that that's a goal for a lot of people. So very valid goal. So before we get started, I am going to share, because I know that we keep an eye out for this every stream. I do have Spirit City running in the background. I just set it to go looking for this kitchen spirit, which I have to imagine this is like a wooden spoon, and this is, I don't know, kind of looks like a milk jug. I don't know. Oh, that might be a whisk. Oh, it might be a whisk. Anyway, it's a kitchen thing. So we are hunting for it in the background so that as we are talking about other stuff before we start our first sprint, we might find a spirit. So wanted you all to know that that is going to be here. So let's see who's here today. We have Corey. Hello. How are you? How's it going? And what are you working on tonight? Because while we sprint, everyone can be reading. I'm just personally going to be working on this. Elaine is here. Good morning to you. You're good. Reading Matrix by Lauren Groff. Excellent. Going to have my iPad back Monday morning before I get the bus. Awesome. Glad you're getting it back. And hello, Lola, how are you? Welcome back. And what are you working on today? Annette is here too. Hi, Allie. Hi, Corey. Hi, Corey. Hi, Lena. We're gonna have a lot of highs. Hello to Casey, Lola. And hello back to Annette. Hello, Agent T. How are you? What's going on, friends? I love seeing everybody's face. I was gonna say everyone's smiling faces. I can't see your faces. That's fine. But I love seeing everyone here. And then hello, Annette from Casey. Jen's here. Hello. I'm hanging at the pool with a few mom friends. Wanted to pop in and say hi while we have a break. That sounds excellent. I'm going to be editing photos that I took at a pool and thinking about it. We're very jealous. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. And I hope you're having a great time with it. Hello to Jen from Casey, Agent T, Jen, hello, hellos, back and forth. And we've got Vanessa here. For anybody who doesn't know Vanessa, first, what are you doing? Second, Vanessa has been gearing up for some ARC August stuff. So you should be following her. You should be subscribing so that you can learn when ARC August is available. ARC August is a readathon in the month of August, as you probably can tell. And it's going to be really fun. I'm so excited. I have so many ARCs I need to read. I'm so behind on my reviews. Like I've read like 15 books that I need to write reviews for. And once I get those reviews written, I'm going to be like 75%. We have potential this ARC August to get me above 90%. That's crazy. So that would be, I got to stop requesting stuff. Forever just came out with another new book today. So that's my problem. Annette says hello to Vanessa. And Corey says, I'm cooking dinner, chicken parm, yum, and listening to How to Get a Girlfriend When You're a Terrifying Monster. How do you? Tell me. And also, is it a terrifying monster? Or is it like a kind of hot monster? Renee is here. First time sprinting with you all. Hello and welcome. How's it going? We're excited to have you here. Let us know if you're going to be reading, if you're going to be, what are you working on tonight during sprints? Let us know and we'll cheer with you when you complete a thing or when you work on a thing. Annette says, current read is Drop Dead Famous by Jennifer Pearson. I feel like I'm very susceptible to anything that uses the drop dead, like the TV show. Was it Drop Dead Diva? The one that was like about the model who was reincarnated into the plus size woman's body and she was a lawyer. Is that Drop Dead Diva? I loved that show. Absolutely loved it. But then I'm also, if it's a movie, Drop Dead Gorgeous, Drop Dead, any Drop Dead something, I'm like, oh, I'll probably like it. I don't know why. No reason. Agent T says, my aim is to finish my book today, but there's about 349 pages left, so I'm not quite sure it'll happen. Look, I believe in you. In Central Time, we have 7 hours until midnight. And technically, here's the thing. If you finish a book before you sleep, even if the time you sleep is 3 a.m., I'm counting it as finished today because it was part of your day today. You know what I mean? So you got some options. Welcome to Renee from Annette. And hello, Annette from Vanessa. And yay, ARC August. Yeah. Everybody, just go follow Vanessa. Because I'm just so jazzed. I'm so excited for this. I love it. Agent T says, I've spent too long looking up random books for HRCYED instead of reading. I decided to take every book off of my physical TBR shelf and like see if it might fit a prompt. And then I put like a little post-it around the spine so I can look visually and see all the spines that might work for HRCYED. Did I capture any of that to put into my spreadsheet to organize? No, I just put them all back on the shelf. So now if I want to find them, I still have to dig in there and find the ones that might match. So yeah. Let's see. Glenda's here. Hi, Glenda. I love you. Hi, how are you? What are you working on tonight? What are you reading? Vanessa says, maybe I'll make submitting a review count for bonus points. Literally, please do. Please do. Because if I at the one in November, did we have to submit a review for it to count? I think we did. In any case, making it something that either is required for me to complete a prompt or giving me some sort of reward for it would be very beneficial. I am extremely susceptible to that. So, that says, I need the motivation of ARC August. Yeah. And the theme is really cool. So I'm a big fan of that. I won't say too much because I'm not going to be a snitch. Hello, how's it going? Sarah's in the house. What are you reading today? What are you working on? What are you going to be doing? And welcome in. Glenda says, I'm on page 264 of 339 of A Summer for the Books by Michelle Lindo Rice and hoping to finish this book tonight. You've got this. You've got 80, 76, 70. 75-ish pages left. You can do this. You got this. Vanessa says, Drop Dead Diva was one of my faves. And here's the thing, as a plus size woman, that show had a lot of fat phobia in it. That show has not aged well, like at all. And even at the time, they were like, this is a really progressive show showing a plus size woman like excelling and showing someone realizing that being plus size isn't the worst thing in the world. But I'm like, she was a size like 16, number one. And number two, the way that she got to this self-acceptance is by like talking a lot about very publicly about how much she hated her body. So I'm like, I don't know exactly how progressive this is. Glenda says the book has a summary cover. Oh, for this one. That's awesome. I'm like, I'll one of the posts that I'm going to use as examples for my Canva today. Canva stuff is like a summer post. And I tried to find like summer related books that I've read recently. Cause it's like, here's books that I've read recently that you could read poolside. And I'm like, I haven't read very many summer themed books, unfortunately. Agent T says, I'm ready to go to sleep now though. That's the problem. Yeah. If you've got 350 pages left to read and you want to go to bed now, I don't know that will happen for you. I can do my best to keep you awake is what I can promise. Glenda says, hello, Vanessa, Agent T, Annette, and Corey. Sarah says, I wanted to do HRCYED, but then I sat my ass down and told myself, slow down, grasshopper. Here's the thing. Especially if you're like, I said it last week. I think personally, in my personal opinion, HRCYED 3 will be easier for people who are new to HRCYED than HRCYED 2 was. HRCYED 2 had a lot of stuff that could be highly variable. Like between me and you both doing the same prompt, it could be wildly different. And so it made it a little tougher for someone to say, like, look at what someone else is doing and say, okay, now I understand how to do it. Some of the prompts are maybe a little tougher, but I think it's easier to plan for and easier to collaborate on plans for. And because it's a year-long readathon, I think it is also very easy to like wait until August and then look at your July reads and be like, hey, what might fit into prompts and kind of get a feel for that kind of prompt sorting. And look, I love looking through books and being like, this one fits here. This one fits here. I would love to help anybody. That sounds awesome. So if Vanessa says, I need our August to get here ASAP, just for the sake of my neck, Allie. Renee says, thank you for the welcome. We're so excited to have you here. Looking forward to Canva work. I also use an HP and might enter some books into my Notion or read dark matter. Ooh. And I love Notion. And I did try for a long time. I just realized that I need something physical, which is why I'm going to make pages to put in my happy planner. Like I would love to say that I can do a digital tracker. I just can't. My brain is like colored highlighters. Let's do it. And then if I'm like, oh, it would take me 1.5 seconds to do it on my computer. Absolutely not. That doesn't involve any fun colors of highlighters. Agent T says, if anyone knows a sports romance book about modern pentathlon or squash. You. I don't. That's a tough one. So if anybody has any recommendations for T, but drop them in the comments. And it says hello to Glenda. Sarah says, I'm reading Molka and loving it. Men's. I love that for you. And D says hi to Glenda. Vanessa says, I'm reading Hopelessly T-voted at 91%. It's an arc that is no longer an arc. It is an arc that has matured and ripened and been picked from the vine. Glenda says hello to Corey and Annette, and welcome to Renee. Sarah says, I was shocked when I caught a few episodes of Sex and the City. What in the world? Even Friends was not on it on some topics. Yeah, like a lot of early 2000s TV, I watch back and I'm like, oh, no. I mean, Friends was super fatphobic, which, hot take. I think there's a lot of people like Monica who were plus size and got skinny too early in life. Like Monica, she got skinny like right after college, in the storyline of Friends. And and then like turned that fat phobia outward. She took her internalized fat phobia and turned it outward. And I think a lot of people do that. So that's my hot take. Also, Lexi is sprinting tonight. So as we sprint, when we hop into a sprint, I definitely, when I start a sprint, I will post a link in the chat for you to go and sprint hop to other people as well, so that you can check out our friends. We love sprint hopping. And that says, did you see Q's FAQ stream today? I got a shout out. What? I didn't. I had like the worst day at work. It was such a serious meeting day that I had to put on a branded polo because I had to be on camera and I had to look very official. Ugh, it was the worst. So no, I didn't see it. Tell me about this shout out. That sounds great. I will go back and watch it. And actually I will probably link it in the chat as well. Just so that anyone else can see too, because if you are doing HRCYED, Q did an FAQ stream and just kind of went over like all the questions you might have. Because HRCYED is a lot if you're new to it, and we want people to feel like it's accessible. So yeah. Renee says, yeah, must have all the stationery. The number of Post-its that I have, I don't even use Post-its that much. I really don't. I have little Post-its that live in like a tiny little compact for your purse. They're little circle Post-its. Have I ever needed a Post-it on the go? No. This is only sticky in the middle of the circle, so both sides curl up. Why? This was like $7. I have 2 of them. So, you know, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with my stationery. It says, Mendoza, currently mad at my husband. Incredible. Sarah says, I'm sorry, I had half an edible before bed. I was planning to read and sleep. I support this because let me tell you, I have a favorite edible brand, and they recently came to Minnesota, and it's a great time. So won't get too much into it. I know not everyone loves talking about that, but it's great. Vanessa says, tried to have an adult conversation with my husband, and he just kept going. I don't know. I was like, dude, I need your input. I don't know. I just stopped talking to him and walked away. Poor guy. Agent T said, I'm thinking that reading 5 books with the sports and modern pentathlon back to back might have to count. I can do without squash. If it's a pentathlon and there are 5 things in a pentathlon and you read 5 books, what is this for? Is this a HRCYED prompt I missed? Mary says, hello, Mary. Welcome in. How are you? I'm like throwing my hands up for everybody. Great. Also, when I put my hands up like this, I realize this shirt is the exact same color as my skin. So this is maybe not my color. When I show my underarms, it's very evident. Yikes. Sarah says, oh yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. What are they? Oh yeah, the little Post-it things. I'm Dutch. We have all the versions. Yeah, you do. All right. So we're at the end of comments. So what we're going to do today is I am going to be talking about Canva. We're going to do a longer bit at the start here, a longer little chatty bit before we get into our first sprint. And I'm going to do some intro to Canva basics for folks who might be a little bit newer to it. During each sprint, I'm going to be working on the main project I'm working on today. And then in between, or like when we do our chatty bits, I might highlight a different feature each little bit there. Agent T says I was doing 5 different sports, my personal challenge for the mashup, and then thought I should just do all the Olympic sports. All the Olympic sports? Bruh, that's good on you. Bless you. Could not be me. And Mary says hello to Glenda, and Glenda says hello to Mary. I'm going to turn on comments on stage so that you guys can see comments on the side here. And then we are going to share my screen. We're going to probably have to share the entire window for this, I think. Yes. Oh, but then the comments are kind of right in the way. Okay, I'll just manually have it come out. So that's fine. All right. Let me know if there's anything about this that is difficult to see. I will absolutely zoom in on things as are necessary. And don't worry about the number of tabs that I have open. They're grouped. There's like 40 more open that I just am hiding from people because that's my private shame. All right. And yeah, that is dedication to do all the Olympic sports. And Ashley's here. Hey, Ashley, how's it going? How are you? Ashley, just so everyone knows, Ashley's my hero because Ashley went to the big Ohio Book Festival, whatever, and got me a signed Ashley Poston book that was personalized to me. And don't worry about it. I mail everything late. I do everything late. I am lateness personified, so don't worry about it. All right. So getting into Canva here. I will caveat this by saying I personally do have Canva Pro. I believe it costs me $15 a month, and it is one of these subscriptions that I will not get rid of because for me personally, it's worth it. I use Canva for my Bookstagram stuff. I also use it for work. I also use it for the nonprofit I work with. I use it for the small business I started with my friend. I use it for the team that I coach. I use it for everything. So for me personally, it's worth it to buy Plus or Pro or whatever it's called. And I will call out features that are Pro. Right now, we are just looking at one of my folders. You can set up folders of stuff that you make. If I go to my home tab, I can just see everything that I've touched recently, which is a big old grab bag of things. So I prefer to folderize what I work on so that I can say, hey, whoop, okay, that one can be starred, sure. I can organize what I'm working on here. In Canva, you can create it. I'm going to say documents is the term that I'll use, but files, you can create a project. And really what it's looking for format here, you can use it for a bunch of stuff like a Google Suite. Most of us are in the area of photos, videos, social media posts. So for the most part, we're going to be looking at formats that match those areas. So usually I'm going to the social media tab and picking about an Instagram post size. Sometimes I'll do a YouTube thumbnail size. I rarely build stories in Canva because I'm just a little bit lazy for that. So usually I'm going in to create Instagram posts, or you can do a custom size canvas to work on to add things to. So when we say like to create a new design, we really mean create a new canvas to work on. So I might click Instagram post and it just opens up a blank square. Well, it's a rectangle. That is the size of Instagram's grid post. We'll get into a lot of these things over on the side in a little bit. But things to call out for folks who are looking to avoid AI use. First and foremost, templates can be a really cool thing to use. You'll see that some of these have the crown icon, and this crown icon means that it's a pro feature, means that it's needed for, you need to have pro in order to use it. There are some templates that you can use without having pro. And the biggest thing to know here is you can see who has made this, this template and other templates too. So like, maybe I like this one better, maybe whatever. You can go and click and see what that person has made before. You could, if, any other information about who's made it. Nothing guarantees that this person didn't use AI to make this thing. So that's just a disclaimer. Templates, though, in my opinion, can be a really nice place to like start to get ideas to see if, you can literally search like flyer. Oh, is my keyboard on? I can search flyer and it will pull up examples of flyers and what they can look like so I can get an idea of what I might like before I go add stuff to my little canvas here. So templates can have AI stuff in there. Obviously, the one called Canva AI is AI. So if you're trying to avoid AI, don't use this. This, you describe what you want, it's a prompt, and then it will generate that. That is using generative AI, 100%. The last thing that I'll call out that is going to use AI is this Magic Media. This is their image and video generation tool specifically. So though if it says Magic, it is probably a Canva AI tool. I'm going to head over to a canvas that I've already been working on. This is a post that I'm hoping to push out today. We'll see. Because I wanted to do poolside reads. I went to my mom's house and I took a picture of my Kobo on a pool float. It is waterproof, which is really nice. And I wanted to have a bunch of different books in there, which is really cute for poolside reads. Not all of these are very summery reads. This one's literally an ice rink. But I wanted to pick books that I've genuinely loved over the last couple of months. So in my canvas, what I did is I used a variety of the tools on the side here. I used uploads to upload photos. This is probably one of my most used zones here. As you can see, I've uploaded like thousands of things. You can add things to folders to make them easier to organize. So I do have like a book covers, a couple of folders here, and I upload pictures all the time. And honestly, most of the time I just will have like my photos open somewhere else on the side and then drag them in. I will literally Google book cover for, what am I reading right now? Legendary Fry Bread. I cannot spell when people are looking at me. And then I'll go look at images, find the image that I'm looking for. I just copy it. Copy image. I'm just going to go, oh, that's a different one. Paste it in. And then it will appear in my uploads. I can delete this and then it's still sitting in my uploads. And so uploads I use a lot. That's how I got my main pool picture in here. I did edit this to crop it properly. I wanted it cropped to my 4:5 ratio. So I just double clicked to crop. You can alternatively, there's like a crop button. And then sized it the way and framed it the way that I wanted. And then I added some text. Another feature that is pro that I love is my brand feature. So I have a brand template set up for, I have like 4 different brands in here. So when I go into my text tab in my plain one, it has the fonts that I use all the time just loaded in here. So I don't have to find them. I just click and it will add a text box in here. You can see on everything that I'm doing, Canva's like, hey, do you want to use one of our AI tools? No, I don't. So I just don't click on any of those. None of the Magic Write, none of the Ask Canva. But you can change what you're typing. Up at the top here, you've got options to adjust the font in a variety of ways, edit the styles of the fonts that you're using, size, color. There's a whole bunch of options up here. In this case, I do italicize lowercase. It's just a thing that I do. And with text, there are a lot of really cool tools, a lot of really cool things that you can do with this. When we go into things like the effects menu, this is where a lot of people are not sure which things are AI and which ones are not. Generally speaking, any of the out-of-the-box Canva effects in an effects menu are going to not be AI. These are just straight effects that you can apply. And you can get really creative with these. I'm going to change this to a font like Impact, just so that I can show you what this will look like with a blockier font. And actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to duplicate my page just so I don't mess with the page that I'm currently on, because I'm hoping to post this. If I open the effects menu here, you can do a lot of cool things. You can add outlines. So I can make you can add outline to your text. You see that I use this a lot on my own channel. You can make letters hollow. This is a really cool one if you want to like have an image go behind your letters and fade in and out. I'm like, how do I describe this? An example would be, let's say I want to you can add like a video behind letters. You can turn letters into a frame for things. And so I really like using hollow a lot. I use outline a lot. I often do use drop shadows as well. If I make this a little bit bigger, you can see a little bit more. There we go. The drop shadow. But all of these, none of these are AI features. Down at the bottom, you have apps. Apps are third-party tools that plug into Canva. They're not necessarily always owned by Canva. And these may be AI, may use AI because they are not regulated. Like it's not a Canva tool necessarily. It's a third-party tool that Canva plugged in, bought, etc. And so that's where some of these, I just recommend looking them up. There's a couple that I've looked up that I do use and some that I just don't because I don't know anything about them. And I'm not going to lie, there's so many things that I can do without them that I haven't needed to bother. Other things that I use a lot. So if I go down here, you can see that I've got an example ready to insert a book cover in here that is using what's called a frame. So under the elements menu, when people are building stuff in Canva, this elements menu is usually where they're getting most of these stuff. If it's not text and it's not a photo that they uploaded, they're getting it from elements almost always. Again, you have Canva saying, hey, do you want to use generative AI? Again, no, I don't. So some things that I use frequently. First and foremost, shapes. Shapes are not Gen AI. They're literally just shapes. And I use them all the time. Because what I've found is that often if I'm looking to like make something in particular, I can do it by combining shapes together. So like a shape, it's as the name implies, it's just a shape that you can manipulate however you want to. I'm going to make this a brighter color. You can choose literally any color that you want. Bright green. Great. And I found that I can combine shapes in different ways to do different things. So like on one shape, if I wanted to, I could give this shape a drop shadow. In the effects menu, I do have that option. Let's just make this one black. And now, boom, little drop shadow. There are effects for shapes as well. Same thing. We still have a drop shadow. We still have glitch. We still have glow. A lot of things that are we saw in the text menu. But if I wanted to add my own drop shadow or make it a little funky or make my drop shadow a picture, if I go to my uploads and go grab Seek the Trader Sun because it's awesome. I could, gotta be careful dragging that around. I could put my picture into a shape, which would be using what's called, let's go back, a frame right here in this menu. Frames are just shapes that you can put pictures in, for lack of a better term. So if I grab this square shape and then go grab a picture and just pop it in there. Now I grabbed the square shape, so it's going to automatically crop this to a square because I grabbed a square shape, or a square frame. There are lots of sizes for frames. And they also have a lot of device mockups. So if you are looking for an iPhone, a computer, I think there are Kindles in here somewhere. But a lot of people are using it, like when they're showing you a mock-up of like a phone screen, they're using this. You can see like this one even has Instagram kind of lined up here, and you can, if I zoom in, it looks like this one has a video. It's a looping video that has these 3 icons highlighted in succession. And so frames are a really nice way to be able to keep sizes and things the same. So if we go to, as an example, one of my posts from my 26 and 26 list right here, my 26 and 26 list, in order to get all of these book covers to be the same height and width for them to be a nice grid like this, I picked a frame that was the size I wanted to use, and then I just dragged photos in. So if I delete one of these, you can see that it's just a frame that I had tossed this book cover into. And so that's why I like them, because on their own, each of these book covers, this one's a little taller. This one's pretty tall as well. This one's like the exact size of this frame. And so because book covers are variable sizes and variable dimensions, frames are a really nice way to keep things uniform personally for book purposes. So that's one of the reasons that I personally really like them. And they come in like all sorts of fun shapes. You can see they've got some for letters. You can turn other shapes into frames if you'd like. There are tools to do that. You can see we've got ripped paper. There's like a billion options. And if you want, the search functions at the top, I could search for something specific. I could say Kindle frame, and it's going to search, and I can specify, show me frames that are about the size of a Kindle. And these are, I mean, it's going to search anything that could be related, but it's going to be there. So frames are awesome. And then you can see we've got some other categories here. The ones that I use most heavily are going to be graphics, photos, and probably mock-ups. I really don't use sheets and tables or forms. I'm going into Google for that. But this is another area where I think a lot of people are not necessarily aware of how AI can be pervasive in Canva. Because when I go into graphics and I go to, let's say, summer waves, I want a graphic of summer waves. Again, gives me the generate option always. And it's going to give me a bunch of waves. And again, the crown icon means this one requires that you have Canva Pro. And I think I pay for Canva Teams now because I have other people on my Canva too. But within any item in the elements menu, shapes are like just shapes. They're Canva provided. Pretty much everything else, including a lot of the frames, all of the graphics, all the photos, etc. And it got rid of my thing, are put in here by people. So again, I'm going to search summer waves. It doesn't retain my search, and that really irks me. And I'm just going to go click on one of the non-pro ones. And I can go click on the 3 dots here. So if I zoom in, there's this little like 3-dot more menu, and I can see made. This one was made by Canva AI Studio with AI. So if I add this to my document, even though I'm not generating it, this is an AI image. Not all of them will tell you who made that they were made by AI. So this one is just made by a person who I assume lives somewhere that in their primary language is not English. You can view other things that they have made, but you could go try to look them up, but you don't know for sure. As always, there can be AI tells. A lot of people talk about how can you tell that something was generated with AI? It does get harder when it's individual elements like this. And so this is where I personally will often err on the side of either using the same elements I've used over and over again. Like if I go down on the side to my starred items, I've starred a lot of things that I've used in the past and things that I like, and there's not a ton, but all of my star ratings. And I am going to use the ones that I trust and that I use often. So I'll do that. That's one way. I'll find graphics that I like, that I have looked up who made them, and then I will just get creative with how I put them together. I use a lot of images I took myself. And then what a lot of people will do is they will create one board with elements they use often that can't be starred, and they will keep them in one place to reference easily. And in this case, I took pictures. Let me go find them here. Gotta be in here somewhere. Nope. There we go. I took pictures of my highlighters spread out on a table. And then I removed the background and cropped them so that I can have highlighters and annotation tabs to use in posts that I make. For my roll for TBR, these are my dice. I bought these. They're really cool. I love them. They're sparkly. They're purple. But I took pictures of my dice, and then I brought an image in, removed the background, and now I can use these in post. This is a picture of me that I, again, remove the background of my signature. I have to sign a lot of stuff digitally, and so I literally will just insert my signature in it so I keep it there. But I actually pulled out, we're going to get rid of all the rest of this on this one here. I pulled out the same image of my Kobo so that I could show you what I mean by background removal. When I click on this photo, you'll notice that a photo bar appears at the top here with a bunch of options. This editing bar is going to be true of pretty much any element that you grab. So when I grab text, it gives me text options. When I grab a shape, this shape here, it gives me shape options. Things like editing the color, rounding the corners, which just makes the corners round or not. Transparency. So if you want something to be kind of see-through, I play with transparency a lot. Again, AI options are always there. It always has the option there. But one of the options, up at the top for photos is going to be background remover. This is a pro feature to my knowledge. And what background remover is going to do, first, this image is extremely zoomed in. I'm going to unzoom it because I want to show you what it's going to do here. And it is going to use an algorithm to remove the background of the photo. It doesn't always work the way you want it to, and there are options to manually remove a background. So if I click on this, if I click into the second time, it's going to bring me to the manual background removing tool. If you click on edit for the photo, it's going to bring up a bunch of options. One of those options will be background remover. And then you see there's a bunch of magic stuff. I don't want to use the magic stuff. I'm not going to do that. So but background remover is one of the options. You can, I will say style match is AI. If you're trying to match style, these are AI filters. So I don't use those. These are photo filters. These are preset algorithm, like presets. This is 2016 Instagram presets. There are 1,000 of them, and they're exactly the way they were on Instagram. You click on one, you decide how intense to make it. Pretty basic. Again, these are anything that is an app. You aren't guaranteed that it isn't AI unless you know in particular. There is one app. Oh, where'd it go? There's an app called Duotone. And I actually, let me masking. Sometimes when I type, it like doesn't recognize that I'm typing. If I go grab a piece of masking tape, there's a specific one that I've used in the past in graphics. It's this one. I've used this piece before. I love this one. This one actually should probably be in my starred. So I can just go to the info and I can star it. But so some graphics will allow you to just change the color of them, but there's a tool called Duotone that I like a lot that used to be an app. Did they change where Duotone lives? Like, I'll have to find it. But Duotone is the one that I really like, and it is not an AI app. So that's just an example of one that's not. But so if I'm in this photo, one of my editing options is to edit the background remover myself. And you can't, like, I just want my Kobo here. So I'm going to get rid of everything that's not my Kobo. I'm literally going to go and erase all this first. Kind of get a little close with it. And then I'm just going to make it smaller. And I've done this quite a bit. And I'm going to do this one time for this Kobo image because I just like this picture of my Kobo. I think it's very bright. I got a little too close there. And once I do this once, I'm going to have this on my big elements page, and I'm going to be able to use this over and over and over again. So I usually won't go through this much effort for something that is not reusable for a one-time thing, but I will if background remover is not working the way that I want. I will occasionally. I can just add a drop shadow manually. So I'm not going to do all this now because it will take a while. But this is what I will do if it's not working quite as well as I want to. It's an option. And the reason that I talk about this is because I know that there are other AI tools out there that could remove this background more fully for me, but I don't want that. So I'm not going to use that. So that's just that's how I use it. And in this case, I'm going to make it way bigger again so that I'm zoomed in on just the Kobo. Yeah. So editing picture, that's how editing pictures work, can work there. I do have another example of photos that I'm going to edit. I took a bunch of pictures of my favorite indie reads from May. And this is where if I go into this edit tool, there is an adjust menu. This is just like editing photos with Instagram. All I'm really doing is editing things like brightness. I usually actually start by bringing our contrast down a little bit, highlights up a little bit, shadows up a little, probably a little bit less there, but I'm going to bring my whites and blacks up a little bit more here too. I want to add a little bit of sharpness to that, the front of it. Sometimes the clarity, sometimes I don't. At the very end, I'm going to bring up saturation a tiny bit and then bring contrast back up. Just make my photo a little bit more vibrant than it was before. So you have all the same tools that you would have in like an Instagram. You'll notice up at the top, there are some more options, and some of them have the little AI sparkles. AI sparkles are Canva AI. So what these do is this allows you to essentially like click an area, which I don't want. Or I can say like, hey, algorithmically find the foreground, background, and adjust just the foreground. Background and foreground identification on photos, this is done algorithmically, not using AI. I don't know that I have the time to explain a whole lot about the difference between algorithmically, but essentially, there are algorithms that can scan images and then pick out using essentially not camera depth, but essentially like camera depth of field to say what's foreground and what's background. So what's up here, what's identified here as foreground is significantly sharper, meaning individual pixels have a higher degree of difference between them. Whereas back here, if we were to go at a pixel by pixel level, which I can't get quite that close, these pixels they're a lot fuzzier, meaning pixels that are right next to each other are more likely to have a similar hue. And so it's going through and it's not learning anything. It's going through a preset algorithm and it feels like magic. It feels AI-y, but these two are not AI if you're adjusting. If you're going to use the magic eraser, magic grab, those are AI. If you are in that generator, yeah, that's why it's got this little gold crown. But if you are just adjusting, like if I want to go background, adjust and bring clarity and like sharpness way down, I can make it fuzzier, sharper, make it look like you're kind of going between glasses prescriptions here. You can adjust specifically a background, foreground, but I will often do a lot of just my basic editing in here. In this case, I want to add some text too. Because I like to do this for all of my images at once and be able to copy a lot of that over. So you can see like here, that's where I added all those photos in. I took them at the same time as my Pride Apple stack, which I'm like halfway through. I'm doing great. I'm doing so well at Pride Apple. I'm going to pause here just because we had a couple comments come in. Ashley says, meeting Ashley Poston was an absolute riot and loved her. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And Sarah says, I use it too, and it's very user-friendly. I agree. Like this, I'm talking through this relatively quickly, but there are so many great tutorials out there. That I think the hardest thing, in my opinion, is just being able to tell what's AI and what's not, because some of it flies under the radar. Some of it's very clearly labeled. Some of it, when I'm just going to search elements, is not clearly labeled. Like I've never used this plaid one before. If I go to information, I don't know what journal code does. I don't know, like I can go look them up. And if they are a creative firm, if they are a graphic design firm, it's very likely this is not AI generated, but it is extra work to do. And that's, I think, the hardest part is not realizing that this push pin could theoretically be AI. We don't know. Is it extremely likely? No, because this would be very easy to just have a picture of push pin. But you know what I mean? You can't always tell. I will say that there are just so many opportunities to go and find a set of elements that you like using. I think a great example of this is Read-In magazine, Instagram. Read-In does, oh my God, what in the world? Read-In magazine, like what in the world? There we go. Read-In. Why would it? No. Oh my gosh. What is happening? No. I follow this Instagram account. We're just going to go to my Instagram then, I guess. Cool. I think it's like Read-In Mag. Read-In. There you go. See, was that so hard, Instagram? So a lot of their aesthetic is like very scrapbooky. And so you can see that in a lot of their Canva stuff, like I love their aesthetic. And this can feel very difficult to do, 100%. But like here on this one, they are taking a bunch of star elements and they're just changing the colors of them. So that is when I grab, let's say, I'm just gonna look up star, a basic star shape that I can't, simple glyphs is good. Simple glyphs is a glyph design. So I'm good with this. I can change the color of this. So I could use this star and I can make it pink, and then I could copy it and put it over here. And this time it's going to be orange, and now copy, put it over here. Now it's going to be green. There's a lot of different options so that you can take the same element, repeat it, change things about it, and have it add variety to your page. So same thing here on this one. These are all the same star element, repeated, rotated a little bit, resized so that it has variation on the page. Same thing here, same idea. And so for a lot of times it can feel very difficult to be like, whoa, I could never generate anything like this. But here, this little black star is the same as this green star up here. And it's just one of the elements that they use and trust over and over again. And it can be used in different ways to make really interesting visuals. And all of these together add up to a visual identity for them, which I really like. I'm a big fan of Read It Magazine. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Hello, welcome in. I haven't seen you before, so hello. If you want me to call you Knucklehead, I will. But let us know if you want to go by a different name in comments here. But hello and welcome. Glenda says hello to Ashley. Yes, hello, hello. And Demers is here. Hello, how are you? Just got done with work late, but I'll rewatch the beginning of the stream later. Sounds good. We're just going through stuff. Corey says, I love that you're doing this. My pipe dream is to be a book cover designer, and now it intimidates me so much. And, the best advice I can give is just start. When I first started using Canva, a couple of years ago, so kind of before generative AI was a thing, so I know the template that I used was not Gen AI because it wasn't around then. I started with a template that I liked. I liked the colors of, and I liked the aesthetic of, and then I just changed a bunch of things about it. I still use some of those core colors today in my Allie's Annotation brand template here. But I just started playing around, and a lot of my older stuff, like on my profile, I have one of my, this was one of the very first posts that I made using my new brand stuff. And it's not super exciting. I was like, oh, I'm going to add these stars in and they'll really add some razzle dazzle. And now it's the same as the AI star. But I posted this 2 years ago. And it's not that sexy, but it works. And this was my start. That's, and so it's really just getting in and starting to play. And you can always ask questions. In the description below is the link to my Discord, and I will always answer questions if you've got them. You have questions, I will absolutely 100% help out whenever you want. So Sarah says it's very informative because I thought if I don't use the magic stuff, you're set. And I don't love that it's I'm not going to say it's dishonest because Canva has not claimed to be AI free by any means, as evidenced by the fact that everything you click on, it's like, hey, did you want to use our AI on this? But it is a little bit sneaky, but there are ways to use it without using AI. So it's possible. And Sherry's here. Hello, Sherry. How are you? Hey, Allie. Hey, chat. Sprint hopping and reading Little Cruelties by Liz Nugent. Excellent. Welcome in. Happy Friday to you. And Nicole's here. Hello. And yeah, good morning for Nicole. Nicole's already on Saturday morning. So happy weekend, Nicole. What are you working on? What are you reading today? And Glenda says hello to Sherry and Nicole. And Christian's here. Hi, Christian. How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. We're learning about Canva and getting a preview of my next Instagram posts. Where I really wanted to do poolside reading books, but I ended up with a book about ice skating. So very summer coded, very summery vibes. But so today, what I'm going to be working on is if I go back to my homepage, I'm going to go create something new. I am going to be creating happy planner pages for HRCYED 3. So HRCYED 3 was announced. And as I said before, and when we go into our first sprint here pretty quick, I will go ahead and put a couple of links into the chat for folks who are interested. Q has a great announcement video that walks through what the HRCYED challenge is for this year. There is a HRCYED journal that you can, like a physical journal that you can order, both paperback and hardcover. For me personally, if it's not in my Happy Planner, it's not in my brain, that's for sure. Earlier this year, at the beginning of this year, I designed custom pages for my Happy Planner for books read, for series reviews, for monthly launches of books, and then read lists. I did for reading challenges like my 26 and 26 challenge. I actually I have a page for Prideopoly. Let me find it. This is very awkward to do in front of my microphone. So I did custom, I did challenge pages so that I can add challenges throughout the year. And these are all pages that I designed in Canva and then printed and disc punched and put them in here. I have my top reads of the year, which I intend to print out some little book cover stickers, but we'll get to that eventually. But if it's not in here, I might not use it. So I am going to be making my HRCYED 3 Canva pages that are to my Happy Planner size. I haven't even checked. Is Happy Planner a preset size in here? No. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a custom sized canvas, and we're going to Google Happy Planner classic size. What is that? Sure. Happy Planner. Just tell me what size you are. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. It was literally on the screen. It was right there. Okay. Classic. 7 by 9.25. That's what we're looking for. 7 inches wide by 9.25. Oh, we're at pixels. I'm going to change it to inches. Oh, come on. 7 by 9.25. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a document size so that I can export this as a PDF and set my printer to this same size, and this will print directly on my page. Oh my gosh, I'm not showing you. Hold on. There we go. So I entered, I just created a design in the custom size that I was looking for in inches, so that I can work on this and design all my pages directly on this. So this is what I'm going to be doing during our sprints today. Christian says, oh, I'm a Canva nut too. Oh, and I'm excited to learn while folding laundry. I also probably should fold laundry, but we're just not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about that today. And also, Sweetie, what name do you want me to call you? Because I have seen you on stream before. Hello, welcome back. But also, I don't know what name to call you. So let me know if you'd like me to call you something other than Sweet Tea. Nicole says, just waking up to start my day because it's 9 a.m. for you? No, it's got to be earlier than it's got to be early. I'm not sure what I'm going to work on. I think coffee and cross stitch and my book Lit by Anna Wood. Oh, that sounds like a delightful Saturday morning. That sounds like a great way to start the day. I should take notes for my Saturday morning tomorrow. So I am going to add, I think, a little poll in the chat. Because I think we probably could go straight into our next. I could go into a sprint and start working on this. You're more than welcome to watch along. I'm gonna put this in the chat here. And you can watch along while we sprint, and then I will keep quiet while people are sprinting. I'm trying to type in this. I'm not typing well. So we can go into a sprint, or I could first go through and describe how I'm going to set up my pages, talk through that for anybody, if you're interested. So I just added a poll to the chat, I think. Let me know if you cannot see that poll. But there's a poll in the chat. I think there should be 2 options. Let me know if there's not 2 options. So you can click at the bottom of the poll and vote for what you'd prefer to do. Sweet Tea says, tea is easy, but sweet tea is cool too. You're welcome. So you can be tea. And then Nicole says, no, it is. Oh, it is 9 a.m. Okay. My only time zone calculations in my head right now are to know what time it is on Love Island in Fiji, which is, I'm not sure if that's close to your time zone or not, but yeah. Okay. There are 2 options. Good. Perfect. So you can vote on if you want me to describe my page setup, or if we go directly into our sprint, I'll probably describe the first stages of my setup. If we do that, and then we'll go into a sprint. After each sprint, we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit about what we did, and we'll go through comments before going into future sprints. While y'all are voting, we did find a spirit. For those who are new to my streams, we use Spirit City for our time tracking. Today we won't be showing Spirit City because I'll have Canva up and do that while we go through, or while we're sprinting. I'll have that up. But we usually do our timers here in Spirit City. This is just a video game that has timers involved. But in Spirit City, you can find spirits that are really cute. Oh my gosh, it's a jar of jam. Okay, that's cute. And I always wait until we're on stream to find spirits. So I'm just realizing that my computer audio is not coming through my headset. So that's not great. So I always make sure that I show you the new spirits I find and look for them here. We're going to here cook in a pan, here sizzling, late night, boba tea. So I need to go put on a different spirit that I assume. It's these bubbles. Gotta put on the bubbles. We need to be cooking in a pan. It needs to be late night. We need to hear it sizzling, which I think is probably going to be tasty sizzling. Ooh, we're going to turn that all the way down. And now we're searching for our next spirit. Perfect. So this, every hour or so, this happens. So we'll just make sure that we start the next one so that people can see. Let's check in on how our poll is doing right now. Oh, y'all, it's close. If you haven't voted, vote on what you want to do. Oh my gosh, now it's half and half. Crazy. And Paco's here. Hello. Getting off work, listening to A Curse Carved in Bone. I loved that series so much. I read that first book and I was like, oh my God, I love this. I will say, I think I loved the first book, like just the teeniest bit more, but I love this. What a great day. I'm so jealous of you. And that says, time for me to say goodnight, everyone. Happy sprinting. Have a great night in that. It is definitely later for you than it is for me. And T says, Jam Mama. Yeah, that's so cute. Crimes for that little jar. I will tell you, so many of the spirits in Spirit City are like so cute. There's this one little cow. It's like a little Highland cow. It's really cute. And Paco says, almost done with A Curse Carved in Bone. Excellent. It's such a good one. I love it. 44 minutes left of the book, so you'll be done with that real quick. All right. So our poll is at, let's see. I'll click over here. There's 6 of you who haven't voted. So heads up. And just in case you are not able to vote or chat, you do have to be subscribed to the channel in order to chat. So just as a heads up there, if you've been trying to, just in case. But right now we are leaning toward, we're 1 vote up on just describing page setup. So I think I will go ahead and click end on the poll, and I'll go through that really quick. It won't take too long. I'll talk through how I'm going to set up my pages and the tools that I use to do it, in case you're interested in doing something similar. And then we will hop into our first sprint of the day. So I'm going to name this my HRCYED 3 planner. And then we'll zoom in just a little bit. So generally speaking, so each one of these pages is going to be, I'm going to do front of the page, then back of the page. So every odd page is going to be the right side of the planner, and every even page will be the left side. So what I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to just make sure that I have at least 2. They are numbered already, but I'm just going to label the first 2 right and left, just so mentally I'm set up there. And I'm going to establish a couple of different things here. So first, I'm going to use just the square shapes element to outline. And my shapes, whenever I do the shape, it always starts green. Do I ever want it green? I don't think so. I just want a black outline, blank shape. Because what I'm going to do is on Happy Planners, there needs to be a margin for that disc bound punch to go. And so I want to make sure that I am adding that. And I believe the width that I want, I could have this like ready to go. I could know what I'm doing. That's an option. But instead, I'm just going to go measure this real quick. I probably want about a 1 centimeter little buffer there. And so 1 centimeter to, I don't know this off the top of my head, inches. Yep. 0.39 of an inch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I have this, it was 0.39. I'm going to say like 0.4 of an inch on the side blocked off. This is going to be my right side page. So I'm going to have it on the left side because this is where the hole punch will be. And then I'm going to copy this over and put it on, copy, paste. And I'm going to put it down here on my left side page on the right side because this is where my hole punch is going to go. Oh, and it didn't go all the way down to the bottom. That's fine. So just so that I have this marker, I want to make sure that as I am putting other elements on the page, that I'm not putting them where I'm going to need that coverage. But then also, I personally like to know, I like to have stuff centered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another kind of like guide square up here. And what's going to happen is Canva has these snap features. So as I'm moving stuff around, this is kind of really faint. I'm going to try to zoom in here. You can kind of see that the juncture between these two shapes turns into this bright pink little baby line here. It's real tough to see. You can see there's a dotted line on the right side of the tall, skinny rectangle. Let's change these to slightly different colors so that, let's just make this in purple. So right in between the black and purple, to the right of the black, there's like a faint pink outline. And that is saying that these two are currently flush against each other. As I move this around, you can see that there are other pink lines that pop up. And those pink lines are indicating that I am snapping to be in line with something else on my canvas. So here, as I move stuff around, if I am in the exact center of the page, a center line will appear telling me that I'm in the exact center of the entire page. And it also will give me about a 1 inch guide around. The reason that I'm going to have this bar up here is because if I put everything in the center of the page, then it's technically centered on the piece of paper. I want things to be centered on my total area that I have available to the right of my hole punches. I want to center off of this area, excluding my side. So now if I go add in something like text, and I say HRCYED 3.0, whoop, that's a 9. If I say HRCYED 3.0, I'm going to bring this up here. We'll make it purple. Everything that I do is purple, so don't be surprised about this. But if I make this purple, make it the size that I want, I could center it to the center of the page. So tall bar, that is the full length of the page, tells me it's centered with the middle of the page. However, when I do this, there's a small distance here and a big distance here, and I don't like that. This is a me thing. So this bar at top, what I can do is that when I drag this over further, now this dotted line is going to show me when it's in the center of another element on the page. So here, now I'm centered on this bar at the top. So this bar at the top is going to be my true center for what I'm building. And I see Jean popped in. Hey, Jean, how's it going tonight? Welcome in. Less than 100 pages left in Daggermouth. Can't put it down. Excellent. Let me know what you think about the last 100 pages. We won't do spoilers. We won't do spoilers in the chat, but had to put the book down and do some breathing exercises. All right. So the same thing is true for the snap feature, like to the middle horizontally. So here, the horizontals between the page and the actual element are actually the same. I'm not moving the element at all, but it's just showing me the difference between the two. They're the same. But I'm going to use this to center my element here. And I'm just going to, make sure that I've got this where I want it. Then the next two steps that could be in any order, I could do 2 first. I could do 3 first. The two things that I want to do next are first, figure out if there are any elements that I want to have on every page. Is there anything that I want to print on every single page? Great examples would be titles. So if I want a header at the top of every page for like what prompt it is. So let's say, I'm just going to put title in here actually. And I'm going to make it a little bit longer so that it's more realistic. I'm going to figure out how big I want it. I'm probably not going to want them too big because there's a lot of content that will need to be on some of these pages. And I want this back. So I can have a centering element first. Where's my middle? Where are you? There we go. I'm probably going to want a page title on just about everything. I want that a little higher. And then I'm probably going to want a page number on everything personally. So I'm going to add in, I don't want this font. I actually want my Lato font. I'm going to add in a page number down at the side, and I am going to make sure that the page number is the size, shape, font, etc. that I want. And I'm going to keep in mind things like page margins. So we're going to put this, or like print margins. So I'm going to put it about here, I think, on this one. And then we're going to drag one down, go over here. Come here. Put one down here too. Let's see, we were a little further away from that. There we go. I'm going to get page numbers on here, and I think for these, I'm going to do them in my dark gray color just so that they're a little less visible. And the reason that I'm deciding what I want to go on every page is because my next step is I'm going to duplicate my pages over and over and over again so that I can start to plan out what they are. Down at the bottom of my canvas here, I can add notes to my design, to my pages. You can add notes to a specific page. Timer would turn my document into a video, and I don't want to do that. This is my zoom option. I'm just zooming. I don't have a mouse. I have a trackpad, so I can just zoom with a gesture. And then I also have options to show page thumbnails or to view all my pages in a grid. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these two. I'm actually probably going to make one that matches this left for right, because this is like my overall title page. And I'm going to duplicate them a bunch of times. So then what I can do is I can go into each page and kind of plan out what I want. I am going to loosely base this on the actual HRCYED planning spreadsheet itself. So this is something that you can get from Q's Ko-fi page. Highly recommend. It is technically free, but you can also toss a couple bucks at that just because it takes a tremendous amount of work to set this up. But here, there is a tracker page for like all the books you've read and what they fulfill. There's a bingo board page. There's a stats page, the log for total prompts. And then there's one tab per prompt. So that I like this format a lot for HRCYED 2.0. I've really liked it. I use my tracker tab. I use the stats tab. I created a tab for like remaining reads. So as I'm done. I need to update this. I have a lot to update, but I like that each prompt has its own tab in here. This is done. This is all done. So I'm going to do a similar thing with my physical pages so that I like that framing of it. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to just, for now, I'm going to get rid of this. I can always put that back. Just so that my two pages are matching each other really well. I think this is the only stuff that I want to be the same on every page. So then I'm going to select both of them. And I did that by, there's a select all button too. And then I'm going to duplicate, and it's going to duplicate in order. I'm going to do this a whole bunch. We have 25 prompts. Let's just napkin math. I have 25 prompts. I've got an overall bingo board. I've got maybe some overall stats pages. So we're at 25, 26, add another 5, we're at 31. I personally will probably want like a monthly wrap up. I might do like 2 months per page, so like another 6 pages. I think I'm going to make like 50 overall just so that I have enough for what I'm looking for. And you can see that as I'm adding these, the page names of right, and left are also staying there, which is excellent. So that as I'm going through and editing things, I will be able to reference that. So now I have about 50-ish? Oh, exactly 50. Sweet. So now I've got 50, and and this one will change into like my overall header for the front of the section of my planner. Jeez, I can't type when y'all are looking at me. You make me nervous. And I can start to go through, and that's what I'm going to do when we hop into a sprint here. I'm going to go through and start to label my pages and what I think I want. In this grid view, I can absolutely drag stuff around if I want to. I'm going to do my best to plan ahead so I don't have to do that. But this is the process that it'll take. So throughout the night tonight, as we do sprints, we did our hour-long chatty bit at the beginning here. Each sprint, I will mute myself and I'll just work through this. You can watch along if you like. You can be working on your own stuff. You can be reading. And at the end of each sprint, I'll just kind of recap what I did and how I did it. And we can just, and then we'll celebrate what you got done during your sprint. It's just going to be a great time. Christian says, you have a knack for efficiency. Me like. I do like to be efficient, because if I had to copy these things every single time, would have killed me. And the only reason I know how to do this is because I have made that mistake before. So that's the only reason. So we are going to head into a sprint. I'm going to keep this up on the screen as is. I'm going to actually change the banner down below so that you can see we're going to sprint until the next 15-minute mark. So just that you can see what we're doing. We're going to scroll across the bottom. We're not going to scroll across the bottom, actually. So we'll add, oh, that works. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know I could do that there and still have the one on the bottom. Amazing. So we're going to sprint until the 15-minute mark. So that if you're in Central Time, that's 7:15, whatever the next 15 minutes after the hour is for you. I'll go on mute and then we'll come back. We'll see what spirit we've got and we'll talk about it and see how you did. So everyone have a great almost an hour-long sprint. Read, work on whatever you're doing, fold your laundry, enjoy hanging out by the pool if you're Jen, and I will see you all in 1 hour. All right, welcome back, everybody, from our sprint number 1 today. Feels very weird to be almost 2.5 hours into the stream and be on sprint number 1. Welcome back, welcome back. Let me remove that banner there. Before I get into what went on there, I am going to hop over to Spirit City because we did find a spirit, and we're trucking on finding all of our spirits. So let me bring this up here so that you can see what we found. And while we do this, go ahead and toss into the chat, what did you get done this sprint? They're like little meatballs. Cute. Taco trio. Oh, that's really cute. We have, oh my gosh, we only have 3 left. I don't know that we'll fit 3 sprints in tonight, but we're going to be damn close. This one, some little ghosty thing. Working late, getting takeout, conveniently order from our computer. So we need to be typing at night, and it needs to look like this little ghosty deal. So let's go find one. Oh, gotta be this one. Yeah, gotta be that guy. And then we are going to go to typing. And yep, we're typing takeout, iced coffee in the middle of the night. Perfect. I am going to turn off my tasty sizzling sounds because those have been in the background and I've been able to hear them the whole time. And I'm not a huge fan. All right. So this will be in the background. Awesome. Awesome. So what did you get done that sprint? How'd you do? I got a little ways through. I did have to redo something. Something that I was like real confident on telling y'all, like, oh yeah, I do this, that I don't have to go back and do it later. I did have to go back and do it later. So I made a list of all the different pages that I think I want and organized them into left, right, left, right, left, right spreads. I did do the prompts in alphabetical order because I'm neurotic. So I'm going to do the bingo word page, an overall stats page, start, finish date, total books read. A lot of this will not be filled out until the end anyway. And then I'm going to do spreads of like 2 pages. Each page will have 2 months. So 4-month spreads of just like July's recap, August recap, September recap, etc. So I'll do 6 total pages of monthlies for 12 months, and then we'll get into the prompt pages. So you can see that I'll go into the grid view. I went through and I added titles. I did have to go back and add all of the title, like the text elements again, because when I did them the first time, I had them in lowercase format. So in order to type uppercase, you have to type uppercase. There's this option up here that will just allow you to make everything uppercase, and it just makes it a lot easier to edit stuff in. And also previously I had the width of all of these was like this. So when I went to go edit in something longer title, it defaulted to 2 lines, and I just didn't want to spend it, like every time I entered a title, I didn't want to have to go redo it and change that. So I just copy and pasted all of the like new ones in, new blanks, so that I could edit this title and not have to edit any formatting every single time. I just cut down on the time it took to make edits. So laid out on my pages. Right now it has me ending at page 36. So I added a book graveyard page. And what I mean by that is in HRCYED 2, there are a lot of books that I thought I was going to read that I just ended up not reading. So I had added them to my planner and my tracker because I thought I was going to use them for prompts. You can see some of these I still have prompts on, but I didn't end up using them. This one I did. These 2 I did. I have those accounted for elsewhere. These ones are on my tracker page. But so it's like, oh, I didn't end up reading Minor Mage. I didn't end up reading Within the Heart of Wicked Creatures. So this is like my graveyard of books that I thought I was going to use for prompts that I didn't end up using for prompts. So as I do planning, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with things to put on pages here, ultimately. So I did a book graveyard, and then I did a spread of notes. And then if I want extra pages, cool. I can put those together. And then I started on my bingo board page. Cute. I put these spacers up here so that as I add text, I can center the text on the bingo block. For some God's unknown reason, I don't have another choice for this. So I don't have another way to center on these blocks. So that's what I did. And I'll remove these big ones at the top. I did do colored blocks just because I want some more color in my planner. I think it's cute. And I did lower the opacity on the entire bingo board because I don't want to use too much printer ink. I added check boxes so that I can check off the box when I'm done with the entire box. And yeah, so I got my bingo board done, got my planning done. I had the rest of my dinner. I fed my dogs. Our ice maker is dying. I have a countertop nugget ice maker and it is fully dying. It is sounding screams of death at the moment. So I had to go take care of that a little bit, which sucks. I'm gonna have to buy a new countertop nugget ice maker because at this point I can't live without it. Can't do it. I did highlight in the comments here. Christian's the same. Some links for everybody. So in case you're interested, you are not doing HRCYED at the moment. This is no pressure. This is just what I'm doing with my time in a way to show people how I use Canva. You don't have to do HRCYED if you don't want to, but it is very fun. And for me, I found that it is really nice to both have a goal that is longer term and very open-ended on scheduling. I could front load everything. I could I could push everything to the end. I can do whatever I want. And it really pushes you to diversify your reading, which I really like. So I highlighted first the live stream from earlier today. It's about an hour and 40 minutes long. I am currently in the middle of watching it right now. And it says I got a shout out in it and I'm like, oh, cute. So I'm going to go, I'm watching. And then this is the original announcement video. So just in case you're interested, you can go watch this, learn about it. And then Lexi is also sprinting today too for a Maker Quest. So if you're interested, you can absolutely be sprint hopping and go say hi to Lexi, give her stream some love too. Go hit that like button because we love that. Jimmer says, I made Nate a sandwich for dinner, did some laundry, and read a few pages. Excellent. At some sprints, it's like you feel like you didn't get a ton done. I'm like, oh, I only read 10 pages, but you also did all these other things too. And you're welcome for letting you watch my Canva pages, my one page that I made. I did go out all the page numbers too, which feels pretty good. So that feels all right. The bingo board is very retro. It's like the colors that I've chosen just for my personal branding is really very purple heavy with these pops of this green and this red orange. And I just love them together. Like I do have other variations of the colors, lighter, darker, etc., just to make sure that I've got contrast in there if needed. But I just love my little colors. Glenda says hello to Demers, and Demers says hello back to Glenda. Doing really well. So I hope that was a good sprint for you all. I did want to call out a couple of things that I did here that are a little bit new and different. And Lexi's here. Hey, Lexi, how are your sprints going? I just sent people over there. How's it going? And what are you making today for Maker's Quest? Let us know. You like those colors too? Thank you. I like them. They're cute. So I did in the past when I've made bingo boards, I've done it 2 different ways. And I chose way number 2 because it is easier. I called out earlier when I was going through this elements. I'm like, oh, I don't really use tables and stuff. I used a table. So I just inserted a table here, just a plain one. I did go through and change highlight the whole shape, make sure that all the line colors were the gray that I like. And then went in and added columns, added rows the way I wanted, made it the size overall. And then what's really annoying about this is if I just do this, right? Go here, make this one a little bit longer. Look at that. When I extend the size of this, it's only this one square. That's really annoying. So there is a tool in here where I can go size columns equally and size rows equally just to make sure that they're all but they're all chilling because I didn't do that at first, and I wish I had. Because it was not even. So I inserted that table, and then I just clicked on the individual squares to color them in. And then I added these check boxes on top to make sure that I do have something to check off. And each of these, it's again, these are just the square element. I told you the shapes are my most used element in Canva. I just combine shapes in different ways to do what I want. And so now on here, I can double click into a square to type. But if you type a lot, that's too big. I don't know if you can see what's happening. It's like shifting stuff down on the page. I don't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening here. So instead of doing that, I'm like, that's freaking me out. It's like shifting stuff a little bit weird. I don't know. So instead I'm inserting text boxes, and then I'm just centering them the way that I'd like on each square. So they're all separate elements. One thing that I will say that's a really good idea to do. So in Canva, you can just take your mouse, click and drag, and it will select everything that is inside of your square that you've made. So here it's selecting everything in my bingo board, the checkboxes and the text. I'm going to hold my shift key and click on the text to unselect it. So now my bingo board and these individual checkboxes are all selected. I'm going to group these together, because when they're not grouped together and I move something, that one thing can just move wherever. I don't want one box to be slightly off to the side. I want this bingo board I want these little boxes to be a part of this bingo board. And if the bingo board moves, the tiny boxes move. So now that they're grouped, if I were to move the bingo board, which I'm not going to do, I'm too scared. Then the little boxes move with it. It anchors them together. And so that just kind of protects me a little bit because I'm worried. So it'll help me out right now. I might actually, I'm considering, like, here, if I do this, I'm going to select all these little boxes. I don't want my text, so I'll click on that to unselect. If I real quick delete those, my bingo board seems a little high. So if I click here on my group, I can take my entire group and drag it down. Oh no. Oh no, they're not grouped right. Ah! Oh my God, what's happening? In any case, I gotta stop clicking things. I want my whole bingo board to be down further. So I'm gonna select it all. I could theoretically drag this down. I don't have confidence that I can drag down and keep it centered. So I'm going to use my arrow key on my keyboard to just arrow it down a little bit, just so it feels more centered on the page itself. These boxes will be going away. They're just for spacing purposes, so they'll go away eventually. So to my bingo board, and then I think I'm just going to work through these pages. I might do progress checklist last. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where I get. Lexi says, good, doing good. Just working on your big crochet blanket. It's about 4 feet long. That's such a big blanket to crochet. That's insane. Even more reason to go check out Lexi's sprints during our next sprint. go see that giant blanket. So yeah, so next, I'm going to make little progress things. I think I might do one of the prompt pages just so that I have an idea of how I want to structure them. I think for each one, I'm going to do a couple different things. So first, I'm going to do, nope, not a circle. That's not what I want. Go away, circle. Oh my gosh, go away. First, up at the top, I'm going to do like a little like prompt definition for each one, just that I have something that says like what this prompt is about. We'll center it with my text and stuff. We'll do a little corner rounding, make it a little cute. Not quite that much. We'll do a corner rounding of 10. The reason I'm going to round that number is just because then anytime I round something else, I can round it to the same roundness. Whoa, you can round. What the hell is this? Oh, number of sides. I didn't know you could do this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a new thing. Shut up. That's cool as hell. Yay. Oh, cute. Okay, I'm learning in real time. Anyway, I think I'm going to have like a prompt definition. So what is the prompt about? In this little square dealie. And then I will have almost like another table kind of, where I do, however many books that prompt is going to have, a couple of different columns. Of course, when I make this bigger, it's going to make that one bigger. I don't like the way that these tables happen. Not a fan of Canva tables, but whatever. It's my cross to bear. And then I'll, what am I trying to say? In the online HRCYED templates, they have spaces. So like you could paste in book covers in here, which is very cute. I don't have the wherewithal for that. I don't have the patience for that. And frankly, I have found keeping up with this digitally overwhelming, and I don't know why. Because I log everything religiously on Storygraph, but for me, having paper is just so much easier. So I haven't been doing book covers. And so I think on this, I'm not going to do book covers. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have like one column that's like my checkbox for if the book has been read. I'm going to have another column for if the book has been logged. This is very important. For if the book has been logged for this prompt. Because a huge problem that I had when I first started HRCYED was I would be like, okay, this book is going to be for new releases and for animals. Great. And then, what's a better example? Yeah, okay. Melted by a Man. I knew I was going to use this for Queer Alphabet. I didn't know if I was going to use it for another prompt. So I logged it for Queer Alphabet. And then what if I use it for another one? I like lost track of what do I need to log. So eventually I added these columns and have used these ever since. I have so many things I haven't submitted. I have to submit like the whole back half of my books for HRCYED. But I need a submission thing. Have I submitted this yet? So we'll do that. I'll have the name of the book. I'll probably add the author of the book. And then, is there any other information? Oh, yes. Some prompts will require other pieces of information, but I think for the most part, every prompt is going to have a table like this. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. This is just what I'm thinking. We're spitballing. So I will probably do like one prompt tonight as an example for the rest of the prompts. And then, when I have more time, I'll do the rest. I want to size the rows equally and the columns I don't want equal. All right. Lexi says, literally me when something moves on Canva that I don't want. I'm like, ah! Keep in mind that Canva, everything you can just undo and it's totally fine. It saves everything in real time. Like I could close out of this right now and I'm good, but it still freaks me out. And the yarn I'm using makes it kind of like a weighted blanket and Ellie is loving it. She's actually curled up under it. Oh, you set up an extra Ellie cam. Oh, I love that. I love that. Christian says, to know if I submitted, that would change the color of the tab to hot pink. Here's the thing. Sometimes I submitted this book for one of the two prompts, but not the second prompt. Because make a quote, you can't submit until all the books are done. So, and then sometimes like an offer from a gentleman is a bad example. What is a better example of this? Okay, Ellie Hayes and the Himbos. Fantastic example. I knew that I was going to use this for disability rep, but I didn't know if I was going to use it for the pink prompt. And so I submitted it for one and I have to track the second. And I did think about like tracking them individually here. But for me, I also wanted to track completion with highlighting. If I completed the book with highlighting, and there's not individual checkboxes here. So I wanted it all on one page so that I could see what I needed to do, because also I didn't want to be clicking through every single one to see if I needed to submit something on that tab. So these columns have been my saving grace, and also this red checkbox, so that on the stats tab, I changed all of these formulas to say only count this if I have checked the box to be true. If I've said, yes, I read it. So now it only counts the books I've actually read in the last year, which 181 is absolutely insane because that can't be right. That literally cannot be right. Hold the phone. Huh. No fucking way. Huh. That's a lot of books to read in one year. Last year, I think I was at like 159 books read. And I guess this year I am on pace for more than that, but I'm like, 181 just feels crazy. That's almost 200 books in the year. Oh my God. Yeah, so I edited all these to use that red column. Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. How are you? Just joining and lurking. Finished up dinner, pizza, and mopped the new tile floor to clean it up a bit. All right. And taped off the baseboards for painting. Damn, you're doing a lot. Good on you. Amazing. Carissa's here too. Hey, Carissa, what are you doing tonight? What are you reading or what are you working on? Christian says on the individual tab. Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't want to click through. Only do the books when the whole prompt is complete. I only submitted I did like 2 rounds of submissions total, and now I have to do another massive one for everything else. And yeah, I learned some things about how I want the tracker sheet set up for number 3 is how I'll say that. I was really good about filling out all these columns. I kind of think I don't care about the intended audience column, and I kind of don't care about the format column. Because here's the thing. If it's an anthology, I'm putting anthology in the genre. I do like the means read. I don't care about the series status. So there's some of them that I just might not use this year. So yeah. I like getting this stats page. This is really neat. I can't believe how many books I've read for Colorado. Like, that's crazy. I think, is Colorado my highest state? It is. It's Mountain Man Matchmaker and Amy Award's Cocky Kingman series. I like the genres, I like the means read, but like some of these I don't care about. I will say I'm extremely proud of this. 37 self-published books and 41 independent press books. I'm really, really happy about that. So yeah. Anyway, I could talk about data all day long. Alicia says, the tile floor is in and the baseboard painting and bookcases are being built in painting. Hell yeah. Oh, I'm so excited for you. That's going to be amazing. You're going to have to send some pictures of the new bookshelves. Hello. Where you at? I'm working on my writing, creating new outline, and revising my YA sci-fi novel. Oh my God. You're having a very productive Friday night. I'm trying to be productive. I also won't lie. My wrist is killing me. I do have, this might be a surprise, an absolute shock to everyone involved. I'm on my computer a little too much. And so my wrist do be hurting. I maybe should put my brace on. Grissa says, I think I'm going to start Clockwork Princess by Cassandra Clare. I've thought many, many times about diving into the Cassandra Clare universe. And I kind of feel the same way about that as I do about Nalini saying the Guild Hunter series. And I'm like, oh, that's a lot of books. I have to do Realm of the Elderlings before anything else. Lexi says, I have a little checkmark box in my spreadsheet where I track all my reads to know if I made a short about it, since I'm trying to do a short for every book this year. I have really fought with myself a lot about dedicating a post to like every book and or series that I read. And it's just not possible. I mean, this month is currently June 12th. In June, so far, where am I? Come here, Storygraph. In June, I have currently read 12 books. I'm reading a book a day so far in June. And so I don't have the time to make everything. So I'm doing like what I showed earlier. I'm going to do some more like roundup posts that show like a bunch of books I've read recently that I loved. These are all indie books that I've enjoyed. So I'm going to try to do more of this to highlight books I've loved. And I'm thinking I don't really want to do star ratings on socials. I will still do star ratings on my reviews on Storygraph, Goodreads, whatever. But I think I don't want to put star ratings on my socials anymore. So just because they're so subjective, and there are books that don't hit for me that hit so well for other people. And I just don't want to ever discourage someone from picking something up if they think it'll work great for them. Like a great example, I just finished Hamajang Luck by Makana Yamamoto. And for me, it was like a 3.75. It was really good. It didn't hit as emotionally as I thought it would. And so I wouldn't want my posting a 3.75 star rating to decrease someone else's excitement to read it, because like literally like 20 people were like, this is going to be the best book you've ever read. You're going to love it so much. It's so great, whatever. And I'm like, I believe you. And then it was like, it was really good. It wasn't life-changing like you said it was going to be. So that's where I felt a little weird about it. But that's just me. And so I think I'm going to not do star ratings. Yeah. Which feels really weird to say. Lexi says, I need to update the little NetGalley tracker you shared because I may or may not have got like 10 books. Yeah. Are you referring to the page in my notebook, in my Happy Planner? So I have, come here, you. I have a page in my Happy Planner where I write down every arc that I get. And then I cross it off when I read it. There's not that many crossed off. I just redid the list in May. And I do have to add some more to this. So Arc August, we have some work to do. Yikes. There are 4 books coming out this month that I have that I really should. Oh no, I don't. I think that I only have 1 book left this month that's coming out that I still have to read. Yes, and I'm reading it right now. But and Lexi's talking about something else. Lexi's talking about, please hold, let me NetGalley percentage milestones. This is what we're talking about. I made this. This essentially tells you, so I can put the link for this in the chat. This is a link the link is going to force you to make a copy of this page. So you can click that link. It should prompt you to make a copy of this document. Let me know if it doesn't work. And then all you do is edit what's in these 2 columns here. So right now in NetGalley, oh God, yikes. This is a big time yikes. I have 151 approved. Where are we? Over here. It's updated. It's changed since I last did this. And total reviewed is going to be, I have 94 reviewed. However, I have several reviews I'm writing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14. I think, yeah. So I have 14 more that I have read. So I'm going to count those. I'm going to say I have 108 reviewed, just mentally. So once I write my reviews, my current percentage will be 72. What this does is it shows you how many reviews submitted you need to reach which milestones. So to reach 80%, I have to read 13 more books. I read 20-ish a month. 15 to 20. 20 is a good month. I'm trying to make this month a great month because I have so many physical books I need to get through. ARC August, I am legitimately hoping to get to like 95%, which is gonna be tough. But it should make a copy for you. You can use this. You're making a copy. It's for you. It's your document, but all the formulas are in here to calculate for you, let you know how many you've got to go to each milestone. To the 80% is highlighted just because that's a lot of people's goal. So yeah, you can use this to your heart's content. And it's great at breaking it down for you to make it to help make things feel more attainable, because 13 sounds easier than 43. Agent T says, I'm down to 260 pages left. You were at 350. Amazing sprint for you. Wow. Lex says, I think I've gotten into the habit to take a bit of time to do it since I did 75 booked and did a short a day, and now I'm doing a second round of 75 booked. I tried 75 booked. When Fable first came out, before they were weird about AI, they have the same what is this called? Streak thingy that Storygraph does. And I have been reading like a lot lately. And Fable's streak calculator has a widget that you can put on your homepage. And I put a lot of pressure on myself to keep that streak up for literally like 270 days. Like, my longest streak on Fable is extremely long. And so the pressure that I put on myself to do that really was negative for me. If I go into my Storygraph stats in 2025, you can literally see that burnout hit me right here. You can see, like, spring is always super busy for me. So this is a very normal spring. And then I usually jump up and I increase throughout the year. And July, I read 10 books, and some of those books were like they were a lot of like fluffy stuff just to like turn my brain off, because I was pushing myself to like have that streak going. And so for me, I'm just like, 75 booked, I don't think is going to be beneficial for me. So I'm just like, no, because I'm just going to do my best to get some reading in every day. And like this month, I'm really pushing myself to read the Pride books on my list, because it's Monopoly themed and I love Monopoly. And if you do something that's Monopoly themed, you got me. And I'm having fun, and that's my goal. My goal is to have fun reading every day. So this is the link I sent. Demar says, I just started reading ARCs in November, so I only have 17 ARCs total, but I've only read and reviewed 4, which is 19%. But you're currently reading one. And here's the thing. When you have a lot of ARCs, to make 8%, I have to read 13 books. So when I read one book, it's worth like 0.5%, which is not fun. It's not a great feeling. I finish one book and I'm like, whoa, 72.5. If you are at 17 and 4, you read, in this case, you're at 9:30. Oh, you're at 24%. Hey, but you read one book and you're already up to 30%. You read 2 more books and that's another 10%. So that's the nice part about being newer to NetGalley, because each book does more work for you. And I will say, for all that auto approval is awesome, it kills me. Because the V.L. Boglina's second book came out on NetGalley, and I was like, oh, auto approved, read now. And Kristen Vale's second book, oh, read now. Joe McAllister's second book in the series, read now. Like, the number of these that are just sequels to other books that I've loved, or like, this is Sydney J. Shields' second book. It's crazy. This is the second book in this series. So it's absolutely nuts. And Demar says, NetGalley is trying to make me feel bad, telling me it's only 19%. Yeah, 4 out of 17 should be 24%. Or like maybe 23 if you round down. So that is a little bit weird. That's actually a lot bit weird. I don't know what NetGalley is trying to do to you. All right. So we're at the end of our comments, which means it is time for another sprint. So I am, let's see, we're at 7:50 right now. We want to do about an hour. So let's edit this little banner. Let's go until the next 45 after the hour mark. Oh, let's save. There we go. So we'll go until the next 45-minute mark. I'm going to get some work done. I'm going to put my hand brace on so that I don't crush my wrist. And I will see you all in just about an hour. Bye. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sprint 2 is done. Hello, hello. I like almost missed coming back. I was like, oh shit. Let's get this cord out of the way. All right, let's pull this bad boy off of the screen. All right, I did. Let's pull this off. Bring back Spirit City. I went over to Spirit City to be like, okay, how close are we? Did we almost go to Spirit? And I accidentally clicked on the new Spirit button. I left it on the screen to make sure that I could share it with you because I know that that's very important. So we got a new Spirit called Noodle Doo. It's a ramen cup with noodle hair. So yeah. It's all about ordering out takeout noodles, I guess. It's very funny to me. So now we are going to get, I assume, another monkey. Grill to perfection, breakfast, and then playful electronic spirit, which must mean that it wants us to get the one monkey that we have. But just since you missed seeing it float around all noodle-like, this is it. It's got big old noodle hair. Ooh, I like the way I like that they animated the fact that the hair moves when you move this thing around. That's really nice. So that's the new one we got. We'll put on the stereo monkey. Ooh, do we have any cuter colors? Yeah, we do. Always purple. If you can't tell by everything on the screen right now that I love purple, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. So we need to be morning and we need to be grilling. What do you think grilling is? Is it cooking? It is. Okay, cool. I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Perfect. All right. So I apologize for doing that for clicking without you. How dare I? During that sprint, I got a couple of things done. A huge storm rolled through by my house. We've been having a week of storms. I live in Minnesota, and in particular, I live in a valley that leads to the St. Croix River Valley. The St. Croix River is what divides Minnesota and Wisconsin until the Mississippi joins up with it. And that's in a big old valley. But then my city is on a highway that leads, it's a big old valley that cones down to the river. So storms funnel into us a lot. It's a great time. Excuse me. So I got done, finished out at updating the bingo board. Why am I scrolling so slowly? I finished updating this bingo board. I can get rid of these now. So I finished updating the bingo board. I'm going to get rid of the blocks on the sides at a later time. I'm going to keep them in there just in case I want to add something else. Although, no, I suppose I can get rid of the top one at least because I can always center to this. And then I added in my monthly spreads. So as a reminder, this is the page on the left, this is the page on the right. So they will open up to each other like this. So this is a 2-page spread. This is a 2-page spread. This is a 2-page spread. And then I started in on my anthology page. So this is just the first page that I'm going to do for individual prompts. And I'm just kind of playing with it to decide exactly how I want to structure these. So I'm playing with it. And then I did decide to alternate the colors. That's what I did in my existing planner. Theoretically, somewhere in Canva. Lord knows where, because I have so many GD things in here. But theoretically, if I were a document that I had made in Canva before, I would be somewhere. Oh my God. Can you see how much I make in Canva? Okay. This is the journal. These are the pages that I made previously that are currently in my Happy Planner. And this is also 50 pages. I need to print a lot more of my challenge ones, but you can see that I made each month. I made the colors cycle through, And so I did the same thing here for the prompts so that the prompts will cycle through colors. I can't decide if I want to do that or if I want to make them all purple. So if you have a feeling, let me know. I thought about matching them to the bingo board. However, the bingo board is not in alphabetical order. My pages are. It will make it easier for me to find pages if they're in alphabetical order. And so if I match them to the bingo board, then I would end up having like purple, purple, red, purple, green, 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 green. It would not alternate well. And I'm too neurotic for that. Just the truth. So, so yeah, I'm going to have something that says what the prompt is. I will have some sort of tracker page. And then I think I'm going to have like list of potentials at the bottom. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I should include on the page. I do need to go through this to see what else it has on here. I don't think I'm going to do dice rolls individually. And if I do, I can just add that to the chart at the top. Yeah. So I still have to like decide if there's anything else. And then what I'll do is there are some elements like this prompt one, I will just copy to every page to make it easy. So that's my plan moving forward. But let's check in with y'all and see what y'all been doing. Demar says, I looked at my bookshelf, which says 17, but apparently I've actually been approved for 21. Look at you. It means you need to download for. Immediately download your books, kids. If you get a book on NetGalley, immediately download it. If you get an audiobook, go to the NetGalley app on your phone and immediately download the audio files. That way, when they archive a book, you still have it. There's nothing worse than a book archiving and you realizing that you don't have it. That's a devastating thing. Also, it has just occurred to me that I swear I got approved for Shadow and Sun by Gretchen Powell Fox. And I don't see it on my list in NetGalley. But I got an email about being approved for it. So I'm like, what? Like, what happened? I know that I got it. So all of a sudden I'm like, what is going on? I'm like worried. So let's go look in my email. Shadow. Oh, here's your review copy of Shadow. Oh, I got it on BookFunnel. So it's probably on my Kobo, but let's double check because now I'm terrified that it's like going to have expired without me getting it. And you know that would be the very worst thing that could happen for a book that I am absolutely looking forward to. So BookFunnel, library, Shadow and Sun. Whew. Nice. Good. So anyway, approvals, great. I have too many of them. Demar says, I'm making it a goal to read at least one arc per month, but I'll try to participate in Arc August and do more. Do you only read arcs in August? No. I am in a precarious position with my physical TBR. Is to put it lightly. With my physical TBR, I sort of blackout, I think, when I go to any book event. I will bring it up on screen here so that you can see what I'm talking about. What did I just click on? That's not what I want. Oh my gosh, I can present just an image and bring just an image up on the screen. Did you know this about StreamYard? Crazy. Okay, so my physical TBR looks like this. Add stage. We're doing it? Okay, this is my physical TBR. Pull this down. This shelf is chock full. I have the teeniest bit of space on the top shelf, not on top of the shelf, but the top row of the shelf itself. On the right side, I could fit 3 more, I think. And then on the bottom shelf, I could potentially fit a couple more where that cup is if I didn't want to have room for that mug. But this is a dire situation that we're looking at here. In addition, that the stuff that's on top of the shelf, this is all sitting on top of a cabinet. I cannot reach any higher than that tallest stack, and I kind of can't reach the top two that are on very, very tip top there. So if I want to continue buying books from indie bookstores that I love, if I want to continue buying books from independent authors at the book events that I love to go to, if I want to continue getting free books from publishers, which I really love to, I have to be reading these. And so I have a loose goal of reading at least 10 from my physical TBR per month, but I have a stretch goal of, like, for the summer, reading 20 a month. And the only month that I will, like, let up on that is August, because August, I'm going to hit my arcs really hard. I have 36 outstanding arcs. No, I have 43. We just went through this. I have a bunch of arcs that I need to get read. And I have been really, really, really working hard at reading like 20 a month off my physical TBR to try and get this down. So I do read arcs other times of the year. I'm reading one right now. But I've only been reading like a couple a month generally, because I've been focusing on this as my priority instead. But if I can, I don't know, August, I'm hoping to get my NetGalley into a place where I only have 1 or 2 per month coming up. I need to get all my past arcs read during August. That's probably going to be my actual like firm goal. And then I'll be good moving forward, because on NetGalley, I mean, I don't have a ton that are coming up. If I sort by published date, I have 2 in November, 1 in October, 3 in September. August, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 in August, but we'll read those in August. So in August, if I like get caught up, then I only have 6 outstanding arcs for the rest of the year based on what I'm currently approved for. So it's like, theoretically, I could get into a place where it's maintainable moving forward at a couple arcs a month, as opposed to right now, I'm backed up on both fronts. So if I can, this month and July, I will hit my physical TBR super, super hard. In August, I will focus on these arcs, get this pile right, so then I can go back to focusing on my physical TBR primarily for the rest of the year. If I could end this year at, where's my TBR list? There we go. Right now, I have 248 unread books on my TBR. If I could end this year under 200, that's like if I have to do that, I can't not. I buy too many books otherwise. So I have to keep up with what I'm buying, and I have not done that. Look at this. Bought 50 or acquired 50, removed 24. Bought 25, read or removed 16. Bought 63, read or removed 10. This month I've been cleaning my TBR off. Like I've been unhauling. So I've only bought 9 this month, and I've gotten rid of 23, but that doesn't usually happen. So I do have to I have to keep this kind of pace, and try to get under 200 at the end of the year. That's the goal. I just realized, as I was answering that, I was referencing my screen, and then I didn't even show you. There you go. I have 248 unread books currently, and then each month I've been buying a lot. Some months I average 20 something and then 50 something. And this month I am going to Midwest Bookish Fest. Midwest Bookish Fest is next weekend. I'm going to buy books. I'm not going to talk about it. And then in July, I'm traveling twice. And I always go to independent bookstores in states that I go to and visit. So I might have to. I'm super sorry to my wallet. Molly's here. Hey, Molly. Molly, you keep changing your name, and I'm like, I don't recognize you except for your profile picture. Don't change that. Molly's here. You're a bit late. That's okay. because we're still sprinting. We're going to be sprinting for a couple more hours. Dude, where do I find the frames that have the meadow and sky that you see all the time? I'd love to tell you. So if we go back to open this up here, literally if you go to elements and then go to the section called, where did, oh, there it is. I was like, they keep changing. Frames. These are all frames. Well, once they load, they're frames. It's possible that with all these tabs open, my computer is a little overwhelmed. You can also, like, I want a heart frame. And then it will show me frame results in a heart and otherwise. So yeah, they're literally called frames. And I will say that it was not intuitive for me because I personally would consider this in the mock-up category. A mock-up in here. So again, this is like a whole category of thing. Mock-ups are things that are also frames. So it's frames, but in the format of if this picture were to be on a coffee mug, if this picture were to be on a t-shirt. So that's what that is. Glenda says hello to Molly. Molly says hello to Glenda. Demar says, I continued laundry and took a shower that sprint. Very nice. Do you print on regular 8.5 by 11 printer paper? No. Here's what I'm going to say about Happy Planner. I'm going to fight them a little bit. I shouldn't. They didn't do anything wrong. I got the classic size Happy Planner. It is, the thing is, the paper is a different size than the covers. The covers, this cover is about the same size as an 8.5 by 11, almost. No, it's like 10 inches tall. So in my opinion, the classic size just fits better in a lot of bags because the covers are so much larger than the pages. I like the classic size. This is the perfect size. I don't know, I just hit myself in the head. The perfect size for me. However, 7-inch by 9.25 inch paper is a pain in the ass to print on. My printer has those little guide things that you can like push in. And I told my printer, hey, this is 7 by 9.25 paper. And my printer was like, bet, you got it. And then I went to print and it was like, oh, can't do that. Can't do that. I've been thinking about getting a new printer anyway, so I might just do that. But my printer doesn't like to print on it. So I bought a big old pack of 7 by 9.25 plain paper. I bought the Happy Planner branded disc bound 9 thing punch, which I could only buy through Happy Planner. There was no off-brand, no such thing, which I hated. But I've got the system now. And so now I just design for the paper size I want. And we're going from there. Molly says, the problem with immediately downloading your ARC from NetGalley is you only have so many days to read it before it expires, which could be before it actually archives. That I have never found to be the case. What are you talking about? So when I've downloaded all of these now, like, I mean, I've got some that are from 2024 and I've still got these on my Kindle. So, I mean, once they're on my Kindle, NetGalley can't take them back. It's not connected to NetGalley. It's a one-time, one-directional send. So NetGalley doesn't even know that these are just chilling on my Kindle and or Kobo. Unless you're talking about in the NetGalley app. In the NetGalley app, it can. But I'm talking about when you are doing like a send it to Kindle situation. Which, I mean, I can't show on my super duper old ones, but I did get the Dragon King. I'm so excited. But yeah, so I sent to Kindle and sent it to Kobo. And so now they're just there. And NetGalley can't take them back. If I open a NetGalley reader can expire them. So I always send to an external device. For ALCs, do I have any ALCs that are still available? I doubt it. I don't think Seek the Trader's Son is still going to show up for me. No, it's not. I could look at an Arcane Study of SARS, since technically I did download that one. Let's go take a look at my NetGalley shelf app. My Books, An Arcane Study of Stars. I've still got it. I downloaded it in the NetGalley app and on May 5th, and it's still kicking, but I guess it has only been a month. So Ashley says, yes, I did that at the book con, blacked out and lost my mind. That's what I did at Sports Romance Con. I have one of those cute little carts. I didn't buy it for books. I actually bought it for other purposes, and I can just happen to use it at things. And I don't remember. I'm just like, I came home and the thing is chock full. I bought like 35 books that day. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Demur says, Molly, do they take ARCs back from your e-reader like libraries do? No, in my experience, NetGalley has never done that. Because they don't have take capabilities for Kobo and Kindle connections, at least. In their app, it's up to them. Ashley says, my mom came over today and said, did you bring home the whole library? Maybe. What's it to you? So do you unhaul them after you read them or keep them? Once I read a book, if I loved it, if I absolutely loved it, I might read it again. And or this book makes me happy, it goes downstairs to my bookshelves that are in the basement. We have built-in bookshelves. They are almost full. We're not going to talk about that. And then if I liked it, but I think somebody else would enjoy it, if I didn't like it, and occasionally before I've read it, if I just am thinking, you know what, I'm not going to pick this up, I'm unhauling it. This month I've been incredible. All 9 books that I got, that means I unhauled 9. It was a 1 in, 1 out situation this month, and I'm real proud of that. So yeah, I'm trying to let go of more books because I also very firmly believe that like books deserve to be loved. I'm not a person who keeps my books pristine. I have like 1 or 2 sets of books, like series that are like glass case situation. But even like my most valuable ARC to me personally, I scribbled all over, annotated all over. I dog ear books sometimes. I think that I like when books show that they're loved and cared for, like obviously not ridiculous, not harming them. But I also believe that if I loved a book, it's likely somebody else might love a book, and why not pass it along to somebody else who might like it? So there are a lot of books that I did really enjoy that I still unhaul and give to a little free library just because I might not read it again if they're books that I just don't see myself picking up again, even if I really liked them. So it kind of depends, but I do my best. I'm trying to let go more. And I have a little free library. It's not up yet. I'm still painting it. And then I can share with my community. It sounds great. Molly says, if you send your Kindle, and probably same with Kobo, you keep it. But if you're using the NetGalley reading app on your e-reader, they sit there, but you cannot open them. Yes. So if you're using the NetGalley app, it's up to them on timeline. And also, if you don't have a Kindle or Kobo, you can still have a Kobo account, and then like there's just a little Kobo app on your phone that you can open. Eventually, there we go, little Kobo app. So you can still like send to Kobo. Same with Kindle. If you want to have a Kindle app, you can still send to those, and then it will send to those apps, and that's another way to get it off of NetGalley's platform to keep it. Demir says, I'm pretty sure I sent all mine to Kindle. Yeah, if you send them there. You do get like 56 days once you download it to NetGalley reading app, though. The audios you get to keep, so definitely do download those right away. And the audios, like, I forgot to do one once. So then I had to go buy the audio. I literally went back and bought it because I'd forgotten to download it and it archived. And I was like, I need to review it. Ashley says, I hate the NetGalley app. But here's the thing. NetGalley app, number 1, it shows percentage read on audiobooks on all screens, and I love that for them. 2, they're great for comics. So Molly says, I like downloading the LCPL file and throwing it into Thorium so I can listen to it. Oh, I have so many that are overdue that for the most part, all of them have audiobooks on Libby too. They're all past due. Demir says, you've read 180 in the past year, so you're totally going to get that TBR below 200. Maybe, because it's not just about me reading that 48 to get below 200. It's also about me reading the same number that I buy. If I read 50, but buy 70. Now I'm up at 268. You know what I mean? So yeah. So you could use the mockup to make a screensaver for your phone. Yes. I mean, if you're going to make a screensaver for your phone, what I would recommend doing, and I have examples of this. Hold on. Hold the phone. Where is it? We scrolled past it when we looked through all of my shit. Oh, where was it? I saw it in the big list of things that I did. Where did it go? Why is this list so short? Oh, there we go. What the heck? This list feels too short for my recent things that I have looked at. Oh, story backgrounds. So what I do, this is for entrepreneurs, the small business that my friend and I started. There is a canvas size that is literally called like Instagram story. And that is the same size that you would want for a phone background. So you can just use that and it will be the size that you need. Because mockup, if you use mockup, what'll happen is, do I have any? Oh, here we go. Is this one blank? Are you a blank thing? Yeah. If you use mockup for something, let's go grab, what am I looking for? Elements, mockups, phone. If I add this, come on. Oh my gosh, it's so slow. It's so mad at me. I get it. So if I have this phone in here, this means that the image I download is going to have the phone outline on it. And I don't want that. This is if I wanted to say, hey, I want to design an app for you. And when you load that app, this is what it'll look like on your phone. You know, this is what this picture will look like on mobile, kind of thing. So it's more to show you what something would look like in a specific context. So again, like, oh, I did not want to do video, but whatever. Cool. We'll do a coffee cup video. If I said, hey, author, I want to sell you, I'm going to do sublimation printing on mugs. And this is what it would look like if I put your book cover on a mug for you. Eventually. I don't know why I did the video on. That was an accident. I was just clicking. And then I can be like, ooh, look at that. Cool. It's cut off. It's not great. So it's just a way to show things in different contexts, basically. Happy Planner. Yes. And here's the thing. Happy Planner is the right system for me because I have ADHD and I can't commit to regular planners. I can't commit to regular planners. I might skip a month. Who knows? There might be a to-do list on it for every month. I might not do a to-do list this month, but I want one for next month. And I hate having empty pages and wasting them. So here, let's say in the month of June, I have my month. I have my June to-do list page. If I don't use this, it's just a to-do list page. I just pull it out, go put it somewhere else and use it somewhere else. So I don't waste pages as much. I can insert stuff if I need something for a specific month. So when I am coaching in the spring, I put in attendance trackers on those in those months. It's very flexible. Happy Planner is great. Ash says, you're printing out HRCYED 3? Yes. Yes, I am. So that's what what I'm building here is I have planned this out. All of the things on the sides are where the hole punches are going to go for the disc bound system. So I'm just planning out, like making sure I have enough room, centering things aside from the disc bound punches. And so right now I'm going to have a 39-page spread. Molly says, I bought the punch from Happy Planner right away. Yeah, and like, it's so frustrating. There are other disc-bound systems out there, right? Like, you can go buy discs like this on Amazon that are not Happy Planner branded. You can buy other disc-bound planners like this. That's what the attachment method is called, but you can only buy the punches. You can only buy a 9-disc punch from happyplanner.com for like $34. And yeah, that's sending to Kindle. I got so effed by people saying download instead of sending. Yes. Oh, got it. Yeah. Download is downloading the files either manually to your computer, which is an option. Oh, this one is not gonna. Yeah, cool. I could download a protected EPUB. You could also download the file to your local NetGalley app, and then you can send to your Kindle. But then on your Kindle, you still need to download the files itself to do both. Anyway, I'm getting caught up, and I found a bunch on Libby and KU, and even bought a few. I do go on Libby, and this one I'm gonna go see if there's audio on Libby since it did release. And I loved the first book in the series, another sequel. Alexa says, I did a few rolls in my blanket and got to take Ellie out before she turns into a crotchety old hag and snarls at me. Oh no. My dog, of course, my dog is like clockwork. After she eats, she's got to go outside. She's got to go to the bathroom like an hour and 15 minutes later. And of course, it was right in the middle of the storm. And it was like, if I didn't let her out, she was going to poop on the floor. Like it was. So we went outside. It was raining. And I was like, go ahead, you can do it. She's terrified of thunder. She's scared and shaking, but she has to go to the bathroom. And so I had to like stand out there and look at her. And she kept looking back like, Mom, are you still there? Are you still watching? Are you still with me? Or don't leave me alone out here. So that was really fun. Ashley says, I am too. Printing out, I assume, because I'm running out of space. I know. Oh, unhauling. I know some of these I'm never going to read again. And for me, it's not that I didn't like the book. It's that I want the book to go to somebody who will give it a better life than I will moving forward. Lexi says, dude, I borrowed a book from a friend and she warned me that she straight up folded some of the pages in half to annotate them. That's a whole other level as crazy to me. And if it's not damaging the book, I don't think a dog ear is damaged in my personal opinion, but that's also for my personal books. I would never dog ear a book that's not mine. Just because I know people don't like that. But I don't think that's damaging the book, in my opinion. Folding, I don't know, I've got questions on what that looks like and what the reading experience is, but hot dog style. It'd be worse if it was hamburger style. I quit letting people borrow my books because they would come back stained and dog-eared. No, ma'am. Yeah, if it's somebody else's book, I'm gonna treat it nice. Ashley says, I gave up on planners and just use my Dollar Tree spiral notebooks now. I gave up on planners until I found Happy Planner, and I love it. And Molly is addicted to the sales section. I feel like every single time, Molly, that I talk to you, you're like, guess what I got for my Happy Planner? Well, and like my discs, they're purple and they have hearts. There are hearts on there. Like, that's so cute. And I got them on sale at happyplanner.com. And then, yeah, the book needs a better life than sitting on my shelves collecting dust. Lexi says, it's very weird because I have to unfold the page and then refold it. I'm trying to I'm like, okay, some people, I've seen them like fold more than just the corner dog ear, fold a bunch down, but they did it so that it ends up on a certain line that highlights that line. I don't know. I'm trying to, what is the rationale? I bought the Stitch box. Oh, fancy. You wanted the Wicked one too, and I'm so sad I didn't. I'm starting to use mostly custom pages for mine, and I only do monthly planners, monthly only. So I just don't have that many pages, and then I am going to make some custom D&D pages, I think, for my character sheets, because right now my character sheets, I got these little envelopes that sit in here and hold shit. What was that? Jesus. It literally sounded like somebody just set off fireworks. They've been doing that so much lately. Oh. But anyway, so I've been putting my character sheets in there. I want to design some cute ones. So, and yeah, I like the designs. I like when they're cute. Lex says she's new to reading. That's what I put it down to. New to reading. And she's like, I finished this page. Let me fold it in half. It does seem a bit silly. I must agree. So it seems a bit silly. And then I put some tabs on her desk and explained that maybe that's easier than folding our pages. Be like, hey, did you know that you can just flag a page if you are wanting to indicate that this page has something going on? Just as a little heads up, just a little one. gentle parenting. All right. For our next sprint here, I am thinking I may bring Spirit City back up. My wrist is killing me, frankly. Just gotta tell you, because I have pre-carpal tunnel, basically the pre-diabetes of wrist pain, and I'm doing a lot of mousing around here, and it is hurting my wrist. So, I'm gonna share Spirit City. Look who arrived! It's Mama Christina. Hello, how are you? What are you doing tonight? How you feeling? Lexi says she likes to pull the "I'm older than you" card with me. She's 5 months older. Well, has she been reading books longer than you? I don't know. Can you pull rank that way, I guess? Add this to the stage. All right. So now we're back in our classic sprint format with our timer. And then let's see, it's 9:21. Usually I sprint until around 11. We end sometimes 11:30. Like we sometimes usually end up sometime a little past 11. But if we do this, we'll be till 10:20. Oh, I suppose we could do that. That works. We'll do an hour. Our next sprint, we might do like 45 minutes, but we're going to go ahead and do our hour sprint, and then we will come back and chat a little bit more. So I will see y'all in 1 hour. All right, hello and welcome back, everybody. During that sprint, we not only caught a spirit, but we also leveled up. Yay! We got... Oh, it's a little toaster monkey. Oh, that's cute. What are you called? Toastmate. Cute. That means we only have one spirit left, and we might find it tonight. Doing dishes, river sounds with a fishy pal. Let's go get that going real quick so that we can find that before the end of the sprint. Gotta have a fish. Must be this one. A purple. And doing dishes, my least favorite activity in real life. Gross. And river sounds. Do I have river sounds? Whispering Creek, probably. I would assume. Oh, that's weird. Turn that pretty far down. All right, then we leveled up. Yay. Sweet. So we will aim to find this over the course of our next sprint. So hello, welcome back. I did watch Love Island. A true statement. So, yeah, I watched Love Island and I have my wrist brace on, and that's what I'm doing. So, yeah. And then I think I'm like, what else did I do? I feel like I did something else. Oh, someone else is letting off fireworks. Like, I'm talking big boy fireworks, like the big kind. And so I'm trying to get my dogs to like not go absolutely hog wild. So yeah, we're struggling a lot. It's not near 4th of July. It's not near any holiday that I know of right now. And people just keep doing it. So my dog is absolutely losing her mind. It's pretty rough. So she literally will like start barking and yelling at any given moment, and it's so loud, and it's because she's nervous and she hates it. So yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We had a lot of hellos and reminders, especially to hydrate. I've been drinking Diet Coke all day, but I do have water by my bed. I think we're gonna do a shorter sprint. A shorter sprint this next one because I'm fading fast. So we're gonna do a short sprint for our last one here. But remember to feed yourself, take your meds, check laundry, etc. I should send some laundry down too. Molly and Lexi and Glenda all say hello to Christina. And Christina says, I am okay, just having a little bit of a rough start to June. I hope that everything's okay. So I hope that and it looks like same sentiments from everybody else. We all hope that things are all right from you. I know that sometimes life just be rough like that, and that sucks. So yeah. I did post in here, Brandy is sprinting tonight as well. So if you want to give her a little love to that like button, I think she's logged on for some impromptu ones. And I'm not sure how much longer she'll be going. So get that like in there as soon as possible. Alicia did head off to bed, which I think makes sense. I don't know, like I'm so tired too. I'm like, it's Friday, I can get up early. So, but yeah, I get it. Also very tired and exhausted. Off to bed. Sleep sweet. Hope that you have a really good night. Check my Discord. I will check my DMs. And then wonder if the fireworks are to celebrate the action at the Kennedy Center. I don't know. What? I don't know. Based on this Google search, that is not what the fireworks are in my area. In my area, they would set fireworks off for the opposite, if that makes sense. So, yeah. No. So I live in a town of about 6,000 people in a relatively rural area, meaning it's like a 20-minute drive to the nearest like city. My town has like a little grocery store and a couple of things, but like People set off fireworks for no reason other than just like, it's the weekend. And the problem is that we live in an area that has a lot of vets, a lot of combat vets, and like everybody has dogs. And on 4th of July, I'm able to prepare. I can get my dogs nice and drugged up. I can get them prepared. I can get them what they need. People who have PTSD, etc., are able to be prepared. And on a random Friday, going off between 8 p.m. and almost 11 p.m., people can't be ready for that, and so I don't love that. It is very tough for my poor dog who cannot regulate her own self. So, yeah. All right, so it is 10:28. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a shorty, a 30-minute sprint. And then I'm gonna go to bed. You don't have to go to bed. I'm not gonna mandate when you go to bed. But one more shorty 30-minute sprint before I head off to bed. And then we'll see y'all next week. So, or no, I'm not sprinting next week. Next week I have a bye. But yeah, so I'll see y'all in 30 minutes. We'll see if we can catch the spirit in that amount of time. Maybe we'll do our best. And I will see you in 30 minutes. All right, welcome back. Hello, hello. I watched more Love Island. And I'm about to go get something to eat. And then I'm going to go to bed. I am currently reading Legendary Forbid Drebin for Prideopoly. And then I'm also reading, it's called Sparks Will Fly by Laurel Hall. She's a local author to me, local Minnesota author. And it comes out on June 25th. And it is, listen to this, it is a romance between adults, meaning she's 32. Hello. And it is a robotics romance. What I mean by that is that they are both on competitive robotics teams. I'm obsessed. She is bi-pan, and then it hasn't clarified which yet. And then she's also disabled. She's got hypermobile EDS and walks the cane and uses the mobility aid. And I'm going to eat this down. I'm going to eat this up. So I'm really excited. Again, it's called Sparks Will Fly by Laurel Hall. Comes out on the 25th. So I'm real excited. And I really like it so far. So I'm reading that one on Makobo. Ashley says, got a nice hot bath and got to 63% in the Book Witch. I also have the Book Witch and need to read it. Oops. Demar says, that was a quick sprint. It was, because most Fridays I will go like past the 11 p.m. mark and we'll just end whenever the next sprint is over. But I'm real tired. I'm not going to lie to you. Also, my wrist hurts real bad. And that tells me that I need to like go not be at my computer because I keep getting tempted to like do stuff on my keyboard. So Christine says, thank you for hosting. You're welcome. Sleep sweet, everybody. Also, next Friday, I will not be sprinting. I don't think I have any scheduled. I'm just going to double check. I'm pretty sure I don't, because next week I will be at Midwest Bookish Fest. Yes, so the next time that I'll be sprinting will be on June 26th. So I'll see y'all in 2 weeks. And maybe I will, I don't know, maybe I'll do a book haul. I'm anticipating buying a bazillion books. So look, I would love to say I have self-control. I don't. Here to show you how the scheduler works. Please come on, Mike. Let me know. Come on, Mike. Let me know you're here. Oh, I must wonder if you copied that. And thank you. Yeah, I have it happens sometimes. Like it's carpal tunnel, and it just happens when I overuse the computer. Ultimately, 69% in the Book Witch. Nice. I'm really excited to read that one. You're welcome for sprints. Got to page 286 of your book. Excellent, Glenda. And then, yes, this is the link to the BookTube Bible, which is all the readathons. So if you're ever wondering what sprints are happening, what readathons are happening, what readathons are coming up next month, this is the place to go. At this point, I literally type into Google Chrome BookTube Bible, and then it knows it knows where I'm going. Remember to take care of yourself for all the things. Yeah. And then you're welcome for sprints. I hope everybody has a great night. Feel free to hop over to some other sprints. I know a couple other folks are sprinting tonight, but I will see you back here in 2 weeks. All right. Have a good one. Bye.